Hello Live! Matt here with Final Fantasy XIV Online for Nintendo Switch 2. Part 10! Let's play! Ayan, so madaming gagawin ngayon dahil ang daming ganap. Anyway, nagawa ko na yung mga mini quests dito sa Costa del Sol. So before we forego with anything else, I have to report itong mga mini subquests na to. That was most quick. You are a credit to all adventurers, Mateo. You know, I've heard talk of late about what's been causing these tremors. Folks seem certain it's the work of some monster. I know from experience that such words are oft naught but wind, but I can't help but wonder. Okay, next is si Viril's son. That was some right fine work. I could see those blasted machines light up from here. You've got talent, which is a good thing, because the kobolds are too much for us to handle. But thanks to you, we got them this time. I only hope you're not planning on leaving us anytime soon. I have no doubt we're going to need your help again before this is over. To you from failing hands we throw. Listen, I need your help with a personal matter. I've mislaid something, and it is something very important to me. Medals with lions on them. As much as I'd like to go myself, my place is here. We cannot afford to take our eyes off the kobolds now, but those 3 medals are the most precious things I own. Please, any help you can give would be appreciated. You might start your search around 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝚽𝚾 Tower. If I had to wager, I'd say it was there I dropped them while I was chasing off some of our kobold friends. If you climb to the top and give a good lookout, you might spot them. I'm hearing fireworks. Is that a sheep? Sounds like a sheep. Eh, no, may pa fireworks. I hate that. Diba nga? Galing. I'm dizzy. Well, did you? Did you find my medals? I am indebted to you, kind adventurer. I'm quite certain those beasts were innocent of any earth-shattering crimes, but it is well they have been dispatched regardless. In truth, I believe Master Gegeruju knows in his heart the buffaloes are not the cause, and that it is in fact the primal titan. However, he also realizes that his wealth would not avail against such a threat. While it does him credit that he strives to do right by the people of Costa del Sol, he must allow that certain problems are not within his means to solve. Oh no you don't, girl. Pests in the pillars. I have more deserving adversary for you this time, adventurer. There are Uranites making their homes on the pillars below, and judging by how deeply rooted they have become, I'd say they've been there for quite a while. That said, these steel spatulas should serve to both dislodge the mollusks and preserve our posts at the same time. I would be obliged if you would check out the area and eradicate the little devils. You will be amply compensated, of course. Thank you kindly. Too far away. Ah, the pillars look sparkling. Thank you, my lord. It was only a bit of housekeeping, I suppose, but even that is beyond me. I once served in the company of heroes, if you can believe it, but a battle with the primal left me grievously wounded and heartsore. I have since kept to more mundane tasks as I've lost the appetite for bloodshed. This life has been good to me. Too many soldiers fight to defend that which they will never know. The joy of learning, the pleasure of ease, the tumult of beauty, but I have known them. Yet in my dreams of smoke and steel, I still hear my captain calling, to me, to me. I have to look this up because Kailangan kong i-google to. Which is better? Okay, I think I'm gonna go with spell speed. Gaga ka, ang dami mong requests, ha? Good evening, sir. A word if I may. A visiting danseuse spotted strange fish on the beach and came screaming back to the house. She's a level-headed young person, so I fear 'tis no vapors. The beach is no place for any frolics until the truth is ascertained. I turn to you once again. May we trouble you to check the beach? Hopefully this is the last one. That settles their hash, and now they have yet another bone to pick with me. The 12 know I have many a skeleton in my closet. Don't read too much into that, my dear, but those settlers have quite the ossuary. Costa del Sol was Admiral Merlvib's hobby horse. She had an idea to settle these areas and so brought a number of folk on indenture. These terms were very generous. Hardly anyone died. A credit to her leadership. Yes, very creditable, but she had no head for business. She kept trying to farm this salty land. I stepped in and saved her from ruin. You see, Costa del Sol now, a jewel of commerce and culture, but I assure you it was not thus when I purchased it. Many of the settlers have stayed and prospered. Why, a good third of my household was once raw pioneer. But some people are like figs. They want to stay the same. Tiresome, I say. They have no one to blame but themselves. Buti na lang wala na siyang quests for me. Bitch, this better be the last one, cause you could be doing this all yourself. Okay, ito na. Into 21 minutes, I'm getting irritated by these quests. Fetch this, talk to this. Ugh. Pugils on the beaches of Costa del Sol. We live in a strange times. The carcass must have drifted ashore, for it seems to have been dead longer than a day or two, and that is when the beach was last tidied by the keepers. Thank you, sir. You need not stay downwind. I have smelled that smell before. We must step up the groundskeeping, I fear. Master 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝙽 is likely to have one of his ideas otherwise. Ay, salamat. Natapos na din. Wise kite. What do you mean you forgot the wine? Bravo, Mateo. Thanks to you, our guests shall be honored with a marvelous banquet. But what good is an exotic feast without an equally exquisite aperitif? Luckily, I know just the person to ask. Make your way to Wineport and seek out 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝚃𝚰, another former member of the company. All you have to do is give him this order slip. He'll take care of the rest. Oh, and if you're wondering if this is merely a ploy to test your patience, I assure you I do actually need that wine. And while you're there, give 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝚃𝚰 my regards. Sweet, grime and blood. You reek of blood. An adventure, unless I'm mistaken. What brings you to Wineport? An order? Let me guess. A request for the finest vintage I can muster. The paper smells of loam and perfume, Costa del Sol, and there is also the unmistakable odor of goblin cheese. Yes, Master Gegeruju would not settle for anything less than the best. Whites and his crew must be quite busy preparing an exotic feast, hence his decision to rely on an adventurer. But perhaps you are confused. This display of deduction was not intended to impress you. When one loses his vision, he is forced to compensate in other ways. But you've no interest in my affairs. You wish only to discuss the wine, I suspect. An offer you cannot refuse. You can refuse. 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝚃𝚰 would like to discuss wine with me. Life can be so delightfully unpredictable. I always had a passion for wine, but it wasn't until I was forced to retire that I could pursue it as more than a mere hobby. It wouldn't have been possible if not for the savings I amassed during my time as a mercenary, of course. Say what you will about the nature of that work. None can deny that it pays well. But you grow impatient, and Whiskite must have his wine. Herein lies the problem. Nothing in my possession is of sufficient quality for this occasion. The best vintages in town are hoarded by 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝙽𝚃𝚰, who owns and operates the largest winery in Vilbred. Somehow, I doubt he will be receptive to your request, but given these circumstances, we must needs beg his assistance. Loon. Treasures and tribulations. Decipher. Dig. Fancy yourself a romantic, friend? Do you oft find yourself gazing off into the horizon, yearning to travel in search of storied relics left behind by the heroes of yore? Yes, you say? Then I do have a proposal for you. I was accosted the other day by a slobbering drunkard. Bear with me now. I assure you this gets better. Who most eagerly regaled me, from what I could gather amidst slurred speech and copious amounts of spittle, that is, with the tale of a treasure map he had stumbled upon his travels. I don't recall the particulars. I was emptying my innards of some foul swill at the time, you see, but it sounded rather convincing to my addled brain. What I do remember is that the fellow mentioned striking out at first light for Raincatcher Gully to visit a miner friend. Should the prospect of hunting for hidden riches set your heart aflutter, I reckon you might still find him there. Wrapped around your little finger. Hello, adventurer. Hear me or Master Berglight will know the reason why. I mean that he'll simply tell you himself if you refuse to hear it from me. You've no doubt seen those ghastly grass raptors skulking about outside our gates. Well, they've developed a taste for the vines we used to grow our brandywine cherries. And we can't abide that. You must kill the horrible creatures. What rank amateur bottled this wine? What rank amateur bottled this wine? The impurities have rendered it nigh undrinkable. This missile is too good for the man responsible. He should be made to drink every drop of this polluted swill. What is it? I'm in the middle of an important discussion, and I do not care for interruptions. That neophyte Winter bid you speak with me? Ha! Neither you nor your friend has the palate to appreciate the subtle qualities of my private stock. I would sooner serve you gubu urine than sell you my worst vintage. Begone from my sight. Attitude siya. I take it he said no? Really, in those words? Well, I cannot say that I'm surprised. While there's no denying his passion and skill, the wine baron of Limsa is not a man known for his tact. Very well, we shall have to take an alternative approach. It won't work. There is a chance, however small, that another resident of Wineport can furnish us with a suitable wine. In fact, had you come several years ago, I guarantee this would not be a problem. Alas, the quality of our product has declined significantly in recent years. The only breeds cultivated these days are common lowland vines, which isn't to say that their grapes are of poor quality, only that we have known better. Long ago, the vignerons of Wineport crossbred several species and produced a grape-bearing vine of never before seen quality. Bacchus grapes. Sorry guys, it's like 7:21 a.m. Bacchus grapes were once the pride of this town, as they were used to produce vintages which surpassed all others. This includes the most aromatic, the most complex, the most flavorful of all wines. Aye, the legendary Bacchus wines were born right here in Wineport. Pardon my enthusiasm. You see, I once had the privilege to sample that particular wine. It was an otherworldly experience. In that moment, I felt as though I had tasted the nectar of the gods themselves. I transcended my mortal flesh and was one with the all creation. But it is all too often said that the calamity changed that. The Bacchus vineyards were completely destroyed, along with much of the existing stock of Bacchus wine. What little remains is closely guarded by its owners, for it can no longer be made. If we cannot convince Berglight to part with his wines, our next best option, as ridiculous as it sounds, is to find someone who has a bottle of Bacchus wine and to offer them every gill we can spare. I've heard rumors that one of the vignerons tending the vineyards might have once owned a bottle. Perhaps you could start by speaking with them? Put a cork in it. You call this cork? Ha! This sad, squelchy thing isn't fit to kiss my backhand, let alone my fine whites and reds. I'd say you should try again, except that I wouldn't trust you with the worst vintages now. You're dead to me. You, adventurer, I've had it trying to get the quality from my own lot. Show this oaf how it's done and bring me the materials you find off cork bulbs. Harvesting 5 of them should do. Time flies and uncorked wine sours. Go, go! Makautos. Jungbar. What? Do I have Bacchus wine? I wish. I never had the chance to try it myself. Sorry, friend, but you're a few years too late. Durim Falorim. Bacchus wine? Bah! Don't remind me. Used to have a cellar filled with the stuff. Thought I could keep the wine safe from thieves and the elements. Never counted on the bloody primal blowing up my goddamn house. Oh shit. Wala nang wine. Ain't that terrible? Okay, since we're not getting any more wines, game over, I guess. No luck, huh? Most regrettable, but we had to try. But Bacchus wine would have been perfect for the occasion. Though I must confess my certitude could be due in part to my personal history with the beverage. It is, after all, the very reason I decided to become a vintner. After Titan blinded me in our battle beneath Ogomoro, I fell into a deep depression. It wasn't until I tasted Bacchus wine for the first time that I realized that there was still so much I could experience, even in my condition. It helped me to find a new direction in life. It breaks my heart to think that wondrous ambrosia, which once filled me with hope, may be forever lost to us. Give a man a drink. I must say, this talk of Bacchus wine has made me rather nostalgic. Indeed, there is much I miss about my life with the company of heroes. After everything the captain has done for me, I could not bear to disappoint him. Ay, no fear. I swear that I shall find a suitable wine for the banquet, though I may need some time to think of a solution. In the meantime, there is a favor I would ask of you. 2 years ago, in the deepest depths of my despair, I stumbled across Vilbrand as a vagabond drunk. I suspect I was looking for a place to die because I very nearly found one not far from here. It was there that a man named Drest took me in and nursed me back to health, and it was he who gave me my first taste of Bacchus wine, which helped me to find my new calling. Though I am still a novice in the arts of winemaking, I would like him to know that I am pursuing my dream. This wine is my own original creation, and I would be most grateful if you delivered it to him in my stead. Drest sometimes works at the Raincatcher Gully docks, so perhaps Ritzkild can tell you where to find him. Daming quest, nakakairita. Pork bulb. Hidden treasures? Ha! Another gill-crazed greenhorn reeled in my Eldwine's tall tales, eh? Yes, Eldwine. That's the doddering fool's name. Though, mind ye, I've not known him to limit his consumption to any one type of brew. I saw him just another day. I did, clutching some tattered piss-yellow parchment like it was made of solid mithril. This is my ticket to the fortune, he blabbered, not half so eloquently, mind ye, before stumbling out the tavern doors and promptly falling flat on his mug like a snot. Did I see the map myself, you say? Did I ever? Why, the fool shoved it in my face so many times that I swear the mold left the page to take up residence in my nostrils. 'Twas a mess of blue and brown splotches that Eldwine swore was Camp Bronze Lake with a big red X to the southeast. You're not thinking of going there, are you? Take my word, you'll find naught but a sorry drunkard and his sack of broken dreams. Grabe, 59. Dressed? Oh, you mean the hermit. I toss him a few gil when we need an extra pair of hands. He doesn't talk about himself and I sure as hells don't ask. When a man's got a face with scars like that, you best leave well enough alone, I say. If you've a mind to find him though, then head southwest to the severed string. What? What do you want? Lomani Rosso. Wine? I didn't ask for this. Who sent you? I, That weight. Can't sleep. They won't let me sleep. The midges, the buzzing, it keeps me awake. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I won't fight. I don't want to fight. Please make the buzzing stop. Make the midges go away. So gusto mo? Taka lang. Ikaw din? Gusto mo din? O, taka lang. Wala akong pake. Damay-damay na to. Kahit nandyan ka pa, damay ka din. Papansin yung mga lahi mo. O, ayan. Pinansin ko na kayo. Diba? Kahit malayo ka, pupuntahan din kita. Teka lang. Ubusin ko lahi nyo. Sabi sa inyo, wag niyo akong kakantiin eh. Diba? I'm telling you, you don't mess around with me. It's not so loud anymore. Did you do that? Thank you. You helped me. Even after what my comrades and I did to your country. We were on a reconnaissance mission when the maelstrom caught us by surprise. We tried to escape, but the others, no one else survived. I didn't ask for this, damn it. I'm not even a Garlean. They conquered my lands just like they tried to conquer yours. I don't want to die in some blasted jungle halfway around the world. I just want to go home. Battle scars. I wish to thank Shamani for the wine. That was that was overly kind. Would you be willing to bear a gift back to him? Last night at Red Mantis Falls, I collected the sap from nearby palm trees. If if placed in coconut shells and stored for a few bells' time, it makes for a fine wine. See, it should be ready by now. I left 3 shells out there. Please take them to Shamani for me. I'm glad he's moved on with his life. I hope to one day do the same. Don't act too scared now, okay? You need to calm down. If I may, my lord, I's but a wine court houseman, tasked with tending the vines. However, truth be told, 'tis not what I does the bulk of work, but the wood's godly bees. Still, I must find all manner of ways to lure the flying fairies up to the vines. Anyari dun? Ba't nawala? Anyway. Ba't nawala yun? The fuck? Rude. Ah, the conquering hero returns, and so quickly too. You are as strong as you are kind, and wonderfully trimmed of waist. I shall make sure to keep you in mind should any future troubles creep up. Where is that cork I asked for? If you believe that loitering will secure you a glass of something, you are very much mistaken and possibly dead to me. Now this seems like some fine cork. Just the right amount of give and some air comes through, but not the moisture. I should be so lucky as to have barrels full of this. If only my people were as efficient at finding it. Mona Lisa smile. The etiquettes, pardon me, wine labels to laymen such as yourself used by our winery always bear the noble countenance of Master 𝙵𝙸𝙽 himself. As such, our esteemed Vincian has invited the famed Ul'Dah miniaturist. Oh, very well known, probably the most famous miniaturist in all the land, to fashion a label truly worthy of a classic vintage, and he is due to arrive today. I beg you, won't you go down to the Raincatcher Gully docks and meet him? I fear he will be quite mobbed by admirers, and I'd not have him molested until, at least until the portrait is done. It has been some time, Mateo. What news do you have of Dresd? Ah, yes, I recall he did have some knowledge of winemaking, a simplistic but nevertheless effective method that utilizes the natural properties of palm sap. Aj. Okay, read that again. Ah, yes, I recall he did have some knowledge of winemaking, a simplistic but nevertheless effective method that utilizes the natural properties of palm sap. I should have to enjoy this batch before it spoils. We are not so different, Dresd and I, two men who have long struggled not to let our scars define us. I worry that he has been alone with his thoughts for far too long. Aye, it is past time I paid him a visit. Thank you for looking after him, Mateo. It was a very good year. It's a minion. By the gods, Mateo, listen, I know you're eager to wash your hands off of this wine business, but I've just discovered something extraordinary about Dresd's palm wine. He sealed each coconut shell with a leaf which has a very distinct shape and unusual odor. I thought I was going mad at first, but now I'm certain. These are the leaves of a Bacchus grapevine. Do you know what this means? Somewhere in Raincatcher Gully, the legendary vine still grows. If we could obtain a cutting, we could revive the Bacchus wine industry. We must know where Dresd found these leaves. Here, take one of them back to him and see what he remembers. Goodness gracious. Yes, I'm the miniaturist. Pardon me if I do not give you my name. I travel incognito. Such is my fame. Ah, Master 𝙵𝙽𝙽 awaits. I will fly to him forthwith. We have much to discuss, the Master and I. Our artistic differences are many and sundry. Yet I cannot resist returning for another etiquette. He is a model in 1,000, that one. Oh, hello again. What is it? It's just a leaf, isn't it? I only chose it because it was pretty. I didn't know it was rare. I found them near the juggernaut to the south, but I didn't see any grapevines. I saw fresh gubu tracks though. Maybe the leaves came from vines growing on the back of such beasts. If you go looking for it, please be careful. Some gubus are more territorial than others, and you may have to defend yourself. Kita mo nga yung kanina, pinagpapatay ko lang yung mga gubu. Our expert etiquette has just been by. Simply marvelous. I shall order the chilled white taken to his quarters at once. Ah, how sweet it is to have the miniaturist here again. It has been full 5 years for the calamity stripped our vines. Our first bottling in half a decade, and oh, to see the master's beatific visage captured again. Dude. The vineyard wastes much water, washing sugar and chaff off the grapes, the spoilage and dregs from vats and barrels, and all of it goes into the river. The richness of the swill chokes the river, and gigantoads feast on the scum. If raptors were horrible, these are thrice as bad. Slay them for us. For me, Mateo. Please don't be that far. Oh, Master 𝙵𝙸𝙽 will be so pleased, but it grieves me that our wine has spoiled the river, so perhaps I can construct some system to make our swill sweeter. Ay, salamat, natapos na din. What did Drest have to say, Mateo? Tell me everything. Aha, I was right. This smell, this texture I hold in my hands is a Bacchus grapevine cutting. Come now, enough of this nonsense. I've heard talk of your discovery, and I refuse to believe that a common adventurer and a novice vintner could. 12 as my witness, it is a Bacchus grapevine. Wherever did you find this fantastic specimen? What? You would offer this to me? But why? There is none better positioned to reconstruct the Bacchus vineyards than you, Master 𝙵𝙽𝙽. You have the resources, the knowledge, and the passion to do so. It would be selfish of me to keep this cutting. I never knew you cared so deeply about your craft. Thank you, good sir. I will not squander this gift. In just a few years' time, I swear that every tavern across Eorzea will once again be clamoring for a cask of Wineport's legendary Bacchus wine. Sir, you need not. Wait, the shape of this bottle, the scent of this label. This couldn't possibly be a 1547 Bacchus? But that's impossible. This vintage has not been seen since years before the calamity. It was the crown jewel of my personal collection. For years, I debated opening it, wondering if today or tomorrow would be the ideal time. But now I realize that it was never meant for me. It should be savored by the saviors of Wineport, I say. He has made us an offer we cannot refuse. Master Gageruju will find no finer wine. You have forever changed Wineport, Mateo. Thank you for your kindness and your generosity. But do not permit me to delay you any longer. Pray deliver the wine to Captain Weiskite. I just go after an hour and 30 minutes. Well, yes, I would very much like to drink it, but I'm a patient man. I have faith that one day I shall have another opportunity to taste perfection. Perturbed Porter. An adventurer, and just in the nick of time. Can you lend a man a hand? The cart with today's shipment of our sour red was overturned just as she left from Wineport. If it were simply restacking crates, I wouldn't bother asking an outsider for help. But my boy who rode ahead to corral the bolted cart birds spotted a band of buccaneers headed this direction. I haven't the means to defend myself or the crates, and the Wineport militia is too drunk to be of any help, so I must put the fate of my cargo in your hands. Oo, sayang yan, no? Get out of the way! God dang. Oh, thank you. This goddamn Storm Private. Come mga to. Sakit sa ulo. Since tinulungan niya ako kanina, tulungan ko din siya. Your prolonged absence was beginning to concern me, so what of the wine I asked you to bring? Is that seven hells a 1547 Bacchus? Even I know how rare that is. I have to admit, I didn't think you had it in you. But congratulations! Thanks to you, this will be the most luxurious feast Costa del Sol has seen in years. Considering the lengths you went to, I hope our guests appreciate it. Speaking of which, your associate arrived a short while ago. She appears to be growing somewhat impatient. Perhaps you could tell her that the banquet is about to begin? In the company of heroes, Y'shtola is concerned for your well-being. You have the look of a man who has been to the seventh hell and back, that a guest should be expected to supply the victuals for a banquet held in his own honor. And this while the shadow of Titan looms over us all, it beggars belief. I can only applaud your stoicism. Had I been asked to endure such ignominy, I fear I should have accepted my lot with less grace. Can we just get on with it? Don't make me do another shit. Lady Y'shtola, Sir Dracolion. 1,000 pardons for this extreme discourtesy. I was wholly unaware of your true identity, sir. Had I known, I would never have permitted my man to subject you to such unspeakable ordeals. Come now, he must have sensed something was amiss. You didn't seriously think I would send you running the length and breadth of Eorzea for a banquet, did you? Spare him your mockery, Captain. Your intent was unclear to me until this moment, and unlike me, Matteo has no knowledge of your traditions. Mayhap you would be so good as to enlighten him? Aye. Fair is fair. There's no sense hiding it any longer. We five were chosen by our brothers and sisters, and before the company of heroes disbanded, we each swore a solemn oath that any who would follow in our footsteps must be weighed and measured, not by their reputation but by their deeds. Each man would judge these would-be god slayers by his own criteria. If even one found him wanting, he would be rejected without a second thought. But if he proved himself worthy, we swore that we would do our utmost to support his cause. The world has ever been full of brave souls eager to give their lives for a righteous cause, but all too few capable of making a difference with their sacrifice. To send wave after wave of hapless adventurers into the jaws of foe against whom they have no hope of victory is worse than futile. Titan is not one to be challenged lightly, and we will not be complicit in the deaths of the unworthy. Which is why the five of you deigned to test Matteo with such commendable thoroughness. Time well spent, I am sure, but tell us, Captain, what is the assessment of you and your fellows? He's a brave one, that is much is certain. He willingly walked into the midst of danger, despite my repeated warnings that it could cost him his life. His skills is undeniable. He stalked his prey as relentlessly as any child of the sands, and struck with precision when an opportunity presented itself. Too many adventurers these days care only for fortune and glory. Matteo, however, is a kind and generous soul. Well, to be honest, I'm getting tired of the quests, but it all makes sense now. I'm certain he has no shortage of loyal allies who will gladly fight at his side. Willie Uplander is talentful plantmaker, tricksy foe for mighty Rockman. I can only concur with my colleagues' assessment. We five of the Company of Heroes hereby judge you a worthy challenger. Cast down the Lord of Crags, 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝙽, and write a new chapter in the history of YOSHITAKA. Okay. With the formalities out of the way, let the festivities begin. Summon the dancers, pour the wine. Eat, drink, and be merry, my friends, for today we celebrate the birth of a new legend, 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝙽, Titan's Bane. Magkakaroon ng earthquake, I'm assuming. Please don't make me do more. Congratulations, sweetling. Now relax and enjoy the show. It's only just begun. Exotic feasts. Carpaccio, samlugaw, charot. Lugaw again. Tasting the exotic feast triggers a divine revelation. In that brief, transcendent moment, you glimpse the true form of reality, comprehend its fleeting nature, and cry out to the heavens in celebration. When you face the Lord of Crags, think not of 𝙵𝙬𝙽𝚃𝙰, Eorzea, or anything beyond his chambers. Think only of the men and women by your side. Fight for them and they will fight for you. Remember that no great victory was achieved alone. Goodly Uplander must be facing mighty Rockman with clever fighty think. Gobi Flock cannot be coming to rescue this game. This time. Landonel. Ah, Mateo, you brave fool. Promise me that when you meet Titan, you'll look him in the eye and tell him Landonel sends his regards. Oh, Game of Thrones. Charot. You are a veteran of countless battles, Mateo. This is but one more. Trust in your experience and you will prevail. Wise Kite. You are blessed with the fortitude to rival the earth itself. Titan will struggle to break you, I think. You are kind to indulge them, Mateo. This banquet is as much for the company as it is for you, whatever they may claim. I do not deny that they mean well, but now is scarcely the time for celebration. Though they have all but pronounced you the victor, the battle with Titan has yet to begin. The hour has come for the good captain to make good on his promise. We must speak with him again. What is happening? frames are missing due to rendering lag. I wonder what's happening. As you wish. You must be eager to face Titan. As promised, we will show you the way. Travel to Bronze Lake in Upper La Nosea. There will you meet Rio, another man who once served the company. To ensure that this knowledge does not fall into the wrong hands, he will remain in hiding until you have given the correct signal. Give me your map. You must whistle loudly at the 3 locations I mark. Only then he will appear to meet you at this 4th location. I realize this may seem excessive now, but you will see that it is more than reasonable once you comprehend the risks inherent in our method. I'm just gonna travel there. I mean, I have more money now than I ever had, so... I don't think I have whistle though. Yeah, I don't have whistle. That's crazy. I don't have whistle. Hala, I don't have whistle. Meal salute. Hala, I don't have whistle. Okay, so right here, minion guide. Ayun, kala ko. Okay. Okay, ang tanga ha. Ang bobo. Okay, whistle. Kala ko mag-i-emote ako, tanga. Bobo. Where's the fourth one? So yun nga, kaya ako nagkakaroon ng frame drops kasi itong PC ay parang tinatry niyang mag-restart. Stupid. Ito mo nagre-record ako, magre-restart ka. Idiot. Recording nga ni... Greetings, mate. Might you be the one Captain said would come calling? Aye, I thought so. Pay attention now, cause I ain't explaining myself twice. Lord of Crags, level 34. Riol is waiting for you to give him your undivided attention. Years ago, when we was weighing up how to get to Titan, one of our scouts stumbled across this beastman aetherite, see? What's that look for? Not familiar with them? He speaks of an amplified aetherite which has been claimed by a beast tribe. Lest you wonder, there is no fundamental difference between such aetherites and those which you have used on countless occasions, Mateo. Ah, well, if it ain't the Charlian lass, welcome back. Forgive me for interrupting. I had planned to await your report, but I succumbed to curiosity. The tunnels beneath Ogomoro form a bewildering labyrinth that no outsider has ever fully explored. How the company of heroes managed to navigate it It is a mystery I have long pondered. Huh? Give us a bit of credit, love. We weren't daft enough to try going in the front. The kobolds are always digging new tunnels and filling the old ones with traps. One wrong step, and the next thing you know, you've got 100 tons of rock on your noggin. Suicide to even try, see? Funny thing was, the kobolds didn't seem to have no trouble finding their way around, and it was that as got us thinking. I mean, Ugamaro mines are like a bleeding city, ain't they? And getting around in a city that big would be a right pain in the arse if you didn't have an Ethernet, wouldn't it? So it stood to reason that the kobolds must have won, didn't it? Even if there were aetherite shards in the depths of Ogomoro, you would have needed to attune yourselves to them before you could identify their signatures within the live stream. Ah, well, there's where you're wrong, love. We had this Charlayan bloke to help us, see? Delivers, Delivered us right into Titan's bedchamber, he did. I don't rightly know how he did it, but I do remember him saying it weren't nothing any Charlayan scholar worth her salt couldn't manage. Did he know? Locating a beacon in the absence of a known signature might be possible if the aetherites in question happen to be... Ah, yes. But in order to guide a traveler to said beacon safely, a second party would be required to... It is possible, in theory at least, yet I cannot be certain until I try. Plainly, all will depend whether or not I am worth my salt. Oh, you are, lass. Don't you worry about that. Have a bit of faith in yourself. Why don't we go all to Zelma's Run and take a closer look at the aetherite? It ain't far, though there's sure to be a few kobolds blocking the way. Not you can't handle, mind. Dalawang beses nang nagkaroon ng frame issues itong recording na to. Just because the PC wants to restart itself. Crazy. The Beastman Aetherite. So this is the Aetheryte the company of heroes used to gain access to Titan's sanctuary. It is as Papalimo speculated. In its present state, this Aetheryte signal will not be strong enough for our purposes. I may, however, be able to use my own energies to amplify it. Alas, the task will monopolize my attention for the duration. It seems you will have to proceed without me, Mateo. Of course. I mean, may sabihin ako pero wag na. I must needs remain here and supplement this beacon's power, lest you be denied your only path of escape. Fear not, I will summon the Maelstrom forces stationed nearby to protect us. With effort, it is possible that I may be able to stabilize the Aetheryte signal and thereby join you, albeit belatedly. Until such time as I do, you will be on your own. Now, let us see if I am worth my salt. I have located another beacon, one far below the mountain. I can only speculate as to what you will find there, so stint not in your preparation. The navel now accessible. Enter the navel with a party of other players. Okay, we're gonna wait. Okay, it's time. Light party. Hear me, Overdweller. You and your treacherous brethren must be held to account for the breaking of the covenant. You shall be first to face judgment, then Limsa Lominsa and her oathbreakers, liars, betrayers, oathbreakers. O great Father, Lord of Crags, Titan, we summon you. Titan, we summon you. He is come, the Lord of Crags, Titan is come! Overdweller, art thou deaf to their weeping? Thy vile kind coveteth ever the blessing of the land and murdereth my children by the score, all in the service to greed. Such sins are beyond pardon. Ah, but I am not the first to suffer thy defiance. Thou didst bring Ifrit low. Godless Overdweller, thy myriad heresies shall not go unpunished. Upon thee shall I wreak a terrible vengeance. Ay, gago na ulog. I'm so sorry. Great of the land. O, diba? Ang galing. Nahulog ako. The Lord of Crags, great father Titan has fallen. Ta-da-da-tan-tan-tan-tan-tan-tan. O, diba? Tapos nakamute pala ako. The crimes of the overdwellers shall never be forgiven, never be forgotten. No, no, never. 'Twas your kin who broke the covenant. We have acted only in defense of our lands. Cease your aggression, or never will there be peace. Until our dying breaths, we shall defy you, deny, decry, defy. Ano ba to? Daga ba to mga to? Now these are the readings one would expect of an icon. I have seen enough. We proceed as planned. Are you sure that is wise, my lord? Your curiosity is untested and unproven. We do not yet know its true capabilities. Then trust in mine, Titan. My curiosity, as you so eloquently put it, would have bested Titan in the blink of an eye. Why, if there be truth to the legends, it could readily subjugate the whole Eorzea, given but a little while longer, is that not so? It is. No greater single power has ever been conceived, much less realized. What you say may well be true, but while such devices may win battles, I do not believe they will serve to change the course of this war. Oh, but they will. Have a little faith, my friend. I cannot endorse this course of inaction. Cool. And now he has a fourth. Fascinating. Carry on, Crystal Bearer. Far though you have come, your work is far from done. And naught remained to mark his passing. Well, the Asians are nothing if not elusive. It is of little wonder that they should cast advanced teleportation magics at will, but that they would choose to consort with the Empire. What common goal could they possibly share? I feared I might arrive too late, but I see you had the matter well in hand. I have taken measures to ensure that we are not pursued, yet I cannot say how long they will hold. Take your leave while the kobolds are still in disarray. I will follow anon. There is something I must investigate before I depart. I will teleport you to the Aetheryte in Zelma's Run, and we will rendezvous at the Camp Bronze Lake. Camp Bronze Lake, agreed? Wala, hindi man lang ako nakapag-thank you. I am relieved to see you well, but come, let us discuss our next step. All good things. Though word will already have reached Maelstrom Command, protocol requires that a representative of our order inform the High Commander of the mission's success. The honor is rightfully yours, Mateo. Once again, I must commend you on a job well done. We shall speak again soon. Di ba nga? Oh, I can't open the gift. Oh well. Eldwine. Who goes there? Wait, don't tell me. You've come to help old Eldwine dig for buried treasures? Well, I'll have you know, I'm faring just fine by myself. Just look at that beauty over there. Not that I can blame you for being jealous of my vast riches. Lucky for you, I'm feeling generous today. So here's the deal. I'll give you the honor of opening my latest discovery. That's right. For one precious moment, you can walk in the shoes of Eldwine, treasure hunter, extraordinaire. Go now. The casket won't bite or nothing. Shabby casket. And there are monsters. Seven hells, where did those nasty buggers come from? Why, if I had my trusty pickaxe with me, I would have split their skulls clean in two. Where in the world did those things go anyway? What's this? Look! All Eldwine had the finest Eorzea has to offer. From the drowning wench to Buscarons to Druthers, he ain't seen nothing like great Barrigot's gut. It's a trap, that's what it was. Opening the casket shattered this here bottle, and this foul slop poured out, luring them nasty buggers with its stink. I told you to be more careful. Now, hand over the loot. You may have opened the casket, but was all Eldwine what did the dirty work. Wait, that's it? You gave me everything? Why, I got more last time I sold me undergarments for grog money. You aren't hiding nothing from me, are you? Well, it looks like we've got no choice. We've got to go out searching for bigger and better treasures. Not the same treasures, of course. I can't hold your hand forever, so sit back and let old Eldwine impart to you a proper trove of knowledge on treasure hunting. Firstly, you find yourself a map. Once you have your map, then you decipher it. That means you look for the nice and good, like. Then, when you figured out where your treasure is hiding, you go there and you dig it up. Sounds simple enough, you say? Ah, I might make it look easy, but you can assure you it ain't, I. Treasure hunting demands sharp eyes and sharper mind. But don't be discouraged. Hone your skills like all Eldwa and the treasures are sure to follow. Now, if you will excuse me, my throat's feeling dry. This won't even buy me a swig of wench cheapest grog. What's the man to do to drown this sorrows? Treasure hunt unlocked. Deciphering time-worn maps. By using the general action Decipher, you can examine a time-worn map. Doing so will change it into a key item known as Treasure Map, which, true to its name, will reveal to you the location of a hidden cache of riches. Please note that you can only possess one treasure map at any given time. If you wish to decipher another time-worn map, you must either find the current hidden cache or simply discard the map leading to it. Yeah, let me party ba? Feel that balmy breeze in the air, friend? Another lovely summer is upon us, and that means it's time to celebrate the Moonfire Fair. Should you have any questions as to how best to enjoy the festivities, you only need say the word. What is Moonfire Fair? Several years ago, the Adventurers Guild formed the Cascadiers to combat an invasion of rampaging bombards. The Moonfire Fair was the first held to attract new members to the cause. It proved so popular that it has been held annually ever since. Whether the bombards appear or not, it helps spread word of the guild's activities and generate interest among potential new recruits. In charge of the proceedings is the Grand Chaperone Hermaga. He has decided to host a series of events and attractions in Costa del Sol that allow members of the Adventurers Guild to impress fair-goers with their myriad talents. The event is being held as we speak, courtesy of the ever-generous Master 𝙵𝙸𝙽𝙽. Your participation will be most appreciated. What is the Queen Lamin? The Queen Lamin is a resort specializing in diversions both watery and cool. Enjoy our luxurious swimming bath, race your comrades down to the water chutes, or climb into the cannon ride, ideally before your evening repast. Rest assured, Lamin's Coast Guard is standing by to ensure your safety and comfort during your stay. Furthermore, Lamin is the name of a performer famously known for her joyous singing and dancing. May your stay aboard our humble vessel bring you the same delight. What is the Watery Wings Pleasure Cruise? The Watery Wings Pleasure Cruise is an attraction created by Pobiano to gently introduce the delights of the summertime seas to festival goers who may be inexperienced with or nervous around the ocean. Aboard a reassuringly adorable Mughal float, guests can acquaint themselves with the sounds, smells, and general ambiance of the sea in relaxed environment. Some may even find the courage to enter the water for the very first time. This year's Moonfire Fair has attracted visitors from far and wide, and we hope many will take the opportunity to ride the cruise for themselves. I shouldn't be surprised if a well traveled adventurer such as yourself were to encounter some familiar faces. Not right now, I'm busy. Thank you for coming, Mateo. Word of your triumph reached me some while ago, but I am pleased to have it personally confirmed. First Ifrit and now Titan. Truly, when I think of your achievements, I feel the loss of the Warriors of Light less keenly, and there can be no greater compliment than that. You and your order are heroes. The people of Limsa Lominsa are forever in your debt. I shall relay the details of your report to Admiral forthwith. Please send my regards to the Science of the Seventh Dawn. Mateo, this is Minfilia. Y'shtola has informed me of your success. You have won a great victory for the people of Eorzea, one that shall not be forgotten. And what is more, both you and Y'shtola emerged from Ogomoro unscathed. Hello, I died kaya. Why Tataru and the others seemed as glad as that as did they Anna? Why Tataru and the others seemed as glad of that as they did of Titan's fall. You can look forward to a hero's welcome. We'll be waiting your return at the Waking Sands. There is much to discuss. Godspeed. God's speed. Okay, we're going to Gridania now. Anong meron? Ba't may pa fireworks? Kimitra. Austerities of Earth. Imitra, the researcher at Apkalu Falls, wishes you to proceed with the next summoning ritual. Titan's essence infuses your aura, Mateo. I foresee no further obstacles preventing us from attempting the next ritual. Shall we proceed with the austerities of Earth? I have every confidence that you will succeed in binding Titan Eggy to your will. According to my research, the most suitable location for the ritual is a place found to the southwest of Alder Springs in the North Shroud. A heretofore buried layer of ancient rock exposed by the violent upheavals of the calamity has lent the surrounding area an overwhelming earthen aspect. The conditions will be perfect. I will await you at our destination, Mateo. Instead of fire, however, you will be concentrating on shifting your etheric balance towards the spectrum of Earth. Once you have achieved the required state of earthen affinity, the primal's captured essence will tumble forth and coalesce into the stony form of Titan Eggy. As before, you must demonstrate unflinching authority if you would convince the newborn avatar to heed your commands. Let us begin. I am over leveled, holy crap. Oh, well done, Mateo. I come in search of Allagan relics, and what do I find but a pair of incompetent dabblers? By what jest of fate did you chance across such undeserved power? And who might you be, sir, to so boldly question our accomplishments? If you have indeed unlocked the secrets of summoning, then you must be in possession of the very treasure I seek. How terribly convenient. I need only slay you both and take what I need from your bloody corpses. Gods below, a summoner, but how? Cease your infantile prattle. The continuation of my divine work far outweighs the worth of your pitiful lives. weakling. Now, bitch, give me your magics and summons. Why do you struggle so? Your unwillingness to accept oblivion but delays the inevitable. Heed me, avatar of infernal flame. Incinerate these fools in all-consuming hellfire. Sorry. What? Feel nature's fury, you vile blackguard. Ugh. I tire of this childish game. Thank your gods for granting you another day of miserable existence. He's gone. What a decidedly unpleasant fellow. You learn how to summon Titan Eggy. Well, I suggest we return to Apkalu Falls. I have no desire to linger here and chance another encounter with whomever that deranged mage was. I love the description. Deranged. I must say, I did not expect to meet another practitioner of the summoning arts. And I also did not expect to be suddenly fighting for my life. What precious treasure do we carry that this callous stranger was so willing to kill us to possess it? Such mysteries aside, I am most glad you were able to secure Titan Eggy before the summoner decided to unleash his fiery avatar. Without its protection, I doubt we would have survived that conflagration. The Eggy of Earth, as was so aptly demonstrated, is not a force to be trifled with. You should certainly take the time to explore its capabilities as well as its limitations. Be careful, however, not to neglect other magics at your disposal. Meanwhile, I shall confer with my colleagues in the Sons of the Saint Koinak and see what I might learn of that hostile summoner. We shall meet anon. Okay, I get to summon Titan. Level 40, Shadowing the Summoner. Ymithra wishes to share with you the results of her investigation. How fared you with your training, Mateo? For my part, I had some success in uncovering the identity of our mystery tracker. We knew that our assailant was capable of summoning Ifrit Egi, so I perused the records of past expeditions for those who claim to have triumphed against the Lord of Inferno. Of these victorious primal hunters, there were 8 names listed as present whereabouts unknown. After eliminating unlikely candidates based on race and gender, I was left with but a single name, Tristan. Assuming the records are accurate, this Hure was once registered as a soldier in the Immortal Flames. As to how the man came by his skills as a summoner, or why he sought to kill us, however, I remain woefully ignorant. Nevertheless, I have witnessed him use the art of summoning for casual brutality, and that I cannot countenance. This power should never be employed for the sake of tyranny or personal gain. It was meant to oppose such evils. It is our responsibility to bring this Tristan to justice. Should we stand idle, his reprehensible actions could very well stain the good name of future summoners who have yet to answer their calling. The art itself could be outlawed, the very mention of it taboo. Now, through my inquiries, I was able to determine that a war comrade from Tristan's days in the military resides in Little Alamigo. I ask that you pay a visit to this former soldier and learn what he knows of our callous villain. Well, it seems like Tristan wasn't telling tall tales. After all, he said I could expect some primal adult sod to show up and start asking questions. Why don't you stay here and play with some friends of mine? I have a message to deliver. He's all yours, ladies. Aw, Titan didn't get to use his. That's unfortunate. New Gridania. You were set upon? The fiend is one step ahead of us. I'd wager 10 years of dig site findings that Tristan warned his old allies long before you set foot in that settlement. They thought you one of the tempered, a mortal enthralled to a primal's will. In addition to being ruthless, it appears that our opponent is highly intelligent and not quite as deranged as I first assumed. Such a level of planning hints the existence of some greater scheme, but that is still all we know. For the moment, we must be content with the knowledge that he perceives us as a threat and is aware of our efforts to track him. Speaking of which, you did exceedingly well to survive the trap into which I blithely sent you. I must apologize for my carelessness. I will not underestimate this man again. On a happier note, however, my efforts to decipher the Allagan texts proceed apace. Here, you must read this. With your skills already tried and tested against the Eggy, you should have little difficulty in mastering a secondary summoning technique such as this. Let us put this day's disaster behind us and focus on the wonders that lie ahead. Okay, we got a new summoning spell. Pero saan ko siya ilalagay, be? Allagan attire. Ymithra wishes to share with you her thoughts on dealing with Tristan. Greetings, Matteo, though it is good to see you. I'm afraid I have yet to ascertain Tristan's ultimate objective. I only know that he is cunning and brutal and will stop at nothing to achieve his purpose. As matters stand, we but chase after this man's shadow. Such a straightforward pursuit will, I believe, leave us ever one step behind. Our sole advantage is the treasure we possess that Tristan appears to covet. Eventually, his desire will bring him to us. Where and when Tristan will strike, I cannot say, but it is unlikely to be on a field of our choosing. Thus, I suggest we prepare for this inevitable conflict as best we may. As fortune would have it, the ruins of Mordona may have provided us with a new source of strength. Word among the Suns is that a set of evokers' attire has been unearthed. Made during the reign of the Allagan Empire, these enchanted garments were soon for the exclusive use of summoners. I can only imagine the degree to which they will enhance your already impressive powers. The man supervising the excavation effort is Saint Koinak's find. Rambrose is a dear friend of mine. In light of our circumstances, I am certain that he will consent to a request that you will be allowed to don the attire. Shall we pay him a visit? Serthas, Central Highlands. Back, are you? Took your time too. Hope that means something good for my ceruleum. Well now, that is good news. And what's this? A gift from that tight-fisted synth goth? And a handsome one it is. I'll have to forgive the wretch. The fury smite me if I lie. Quite a tangled skein you unwound there, and well loose too. Thank you for your trouble, and just you see, those ballistas will save your hide someday. The air within the Aurum Vale is thick with nauseous gases, fatal even in small doses. If you must enter, do so fully prepared. Welcome to the Aurum Vale. If you've come seeking a fortune, and I advise you to turn straight around. These fumes may glitter, but no gold awaits here, only death and suffering. Mordona. Ah, Mitra, I suspected you would make an appearance before long, and I presume this fine gentleman is the new summoner I've heard so much about? Yes, hopefully the first of many. Now, pray tell me, Rambrose, has the discovery of Allagan made Evoker's attire been confirmed? It has. Truly an historical find. Then I would ask a boon of you, my friend. You recall the predicament of which I spoke? Our chances of survival would be greatly improved if you would consider allowing Mateo to wear the Allagan garments. Well, he is a summoner after all, and I must confess to small degree of scholarly curiosity as to the effect of the attire will have on one with appropriate training. These finds are, however, the result of much sweat and even a few tears on the part of our excavation team. It is a frustrating task at times, and I fear they will be loath to part with the garments without some measure of recompense for their efforts. What do you want, Gil? Um, Allow me, though, to offer a solution. Metallic monstrosities of Allagan construction known as Mirror Knights have risen from the dig sites scattered across Mordona. Needless to say, they pose a dangerous threat to our excavators. I suggest you speak with my three field researchers and dispose of any such nasty hindrances to their work. I dare say they will then gladly surrender the pieces of the attire they hold. Once I have confirmed our dig site suitably empty of armored horrors, I will see you rewarded with the garment that I myself recovered from the ruins. A mirror knight lurks just over yonder. I can scarce think straight with that thing wandering about. Oh gods, it approaches. Phew, you have my thanks. Now I might finally be able to concentrate on my tasks. If I'm not mistaken, you were in the search of the evoker's attire? I have one of its wondrous pieces right here. You are most welcome to it. Maya na kayo. I'm busy. Praise the gods, Rambro said an adventurer would be along. Please, you must destroy that horrid construction. Thank you for eliminating the source of my recent nightmares. I do not ordinarily stutter, so you see, but abject horror has that effect on folk. Now, I hear from Ymithra that you have need of this elegant garment. I should be glad to see it put to practical use rather than shut away in some dusty vault. Thank you, unmanned researcher. Hilang, hinga lang muna tayo saglit. Mirror Knights? Yes, they have become quite bothersome. I would be most appreciative were you to eliminate the creaking pest that has been plaguing me of late. Fascinating. I never thought I would be fortunate enough to observe a conflict against an elegant construction at such close quarters. This has been a deeply enriching experience. If the prize is to be my piece of the evoker's attire, then so be it. Wala naman. Niloloko niyo ako. Ah, the champion of my researchers returns. With the ruins now free of mirrorites, the excavations can proceed at a far more satisfying pace. Trembling in fear for one's life makes it astonishingly difficult to handle ancient artifacts that have a tendency to crumble into dust. You have performed a valuable duty for us, Mateo. As promised, you shall have the summoner's garment uncovered by my own hand as your reward. Ah yes, Simitra mentioned she would await you at Apkalu Falls. It seems there was no doubt in her mind that you would succeed here. Ayokong isuot to eh. Hmm. So this was how the summoners of old were clad. Well, more or less. It is unfortunate that the ruins have yet to surrender the final piece to the suns. These garments, aside from the coloring, they are identical to the garb Tristan wore. He will find no edge against you through his equipment. When next you face that murderous cad, victory will be decided purely by who is the more talented summoner. To that end, I would soon proceed with the austerities of Wind to secure you another potent ally. Though it seems that you do not yet count of the Lady of the Vortex amongst your triumphs. The primal Garuda is as a glowering storm front, ever poised to unleash her merciless gales upon Gridania. If you would capture her etheric essence, then you must find yourself an expedition to join. Hala. Ano nangyari dito? Noraxia. This one is glad. Walking one is safe. Ito na. Echo.
We'll be awaiting your return at the Waking Sands. There is much to discuss. Godspeed. Thank heavens he is safe. Louisoix, do you see? Your light shines brightly in this one, and in time, it will illuminate the realm once more. Oh!
Advance no further!
We have come for the one who slayed Ifrit and Titan. Bring him forth, or you shall know no mercy.
Confound it. Stay out of sight. I would leave a message with you. I surrender myself, on the condition you spare the innocents.
Conditions? There speaks the Supreme Sire. I'll grant you have courage, but you would be better served by armor.
Search all you will. The one you seek is not here.
So it would seem.
And yet you knew to look here. But how?
Hold that thought.
No!
Conditions of surrender denied.
Cease at once!
Have you not done enough?
Perhaps. Enough. We must away. Though we have not found our quarry, the High Priestess of the Scions should suffice for now. They say she also possesses the Echo. I cannot wait to hear her scream. I said enough! We leave. Bring the prisoners.
Walking Walking One Minfilia. Ask this one too. In case Walking One returned, this one was to say, at church in Eastern Thanalan, Walking One must claim sanctuary. This one tried to protect Walking One Minfilia from Imperial ones. Forgive this one. Save. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you're all dead. Iliud. Is something troubling you, my son? You have the look of one who has endured great suffering. If there's anything I can do to help, anything at all, you need only ask. The wild roses are dead, father. I know not what to do. The wild roses? I see. You may speak freely here. We're all friends of the Scions. How could this have happened? And you're certain that Minfilia was among those taken by the Garleans? Let us pray no further harm comes to them. You may stay here for as long as you wish. It is the least I can do for a friend of Minfilia's. I have known her since she was a child. Well, do I recall the day of our first meeting? I swore then to do everything in my power to support her, and I will gladly offer the self same service to her brother and sister scions. So please, no matter what you require, you need not hesitate to ask. Marquise, would you come here for a moment? Yes, father. If you require assistance, pray speak with Marquise. He is a trifle shy, but I assure you he means well. I should explain. Marquise is a survivor of the Battle of Carthano. Alas, his experiences took a terrible toll upon his mind. Had we not taken him into our care, he would surely have perished in the desert. Marquise, I want you to look after Mateo. Do you understand? Yes, father. Oh, siya yung ano, yung long-haired kanina. Marquise has a personal request to make of you. Excuse me, Mateo, do you have a moment? It concerns this broken horologe, which was found in the pocket of a man brought here for burial. There is something familiar about it, but just what I cannot say. Perhaps if I tinker with the device, it will come to me. However, I lack the proper tools to do so. I would ask that you journey to Camp Drybone in my stead to obtain a ballpoint chisel and a pair of needle-nose pincers. They are often used by goldsmiths, so perhaps they would be the best people to ask. Of course, I do not expect you to foot the bill. Here, take this coin purse. That should cover it. A ballpoint chisel, you say? And a pair of needle nose pincers? Those things don't come cheap, you know. Dolls, balls, I mean, yes, that should be sufficient payment. Nice doing business with you, heh. Have you brought the tools I requested? Something occurs to me. Please wait here for a moment. It was for naught. Though I repaired the device easily, this sensation that stirs within me remains a mystery. But how? How did I do it? These hands, my hands, they moved with a mind of their own, deftly manipulating the clockwork mechanisms. There was no doubt or uncertainty. I knew exactly what to do, as though I had performed the same motions countless times before. Pardon me, Matteo. This was a mistake. Please give the horologe to Sister Elunde, the man who once owned it is the man who once owned it is currently in her care, and I think it best that it be returned to him. Good evening to you, sir. Have you come to pay your respects to this man? Never before I have seen such a queer device. You say that it measures the passing of time? Mayhap they are more common in Garlemald. I am given to understand that its cities are filled with all manner of amazing technologies. Marquis said that it belonged to the deceased? Oh dear, you don't suppose that the owner might have been a Garlean spy? It may behoove us to notify the authorities in Camp Drybone. But mayhap more importantly, how did Marquis manage to repair this device? I knew he had a talent for the trades, but this goes far beyond mending fences and thatching roofs. Okay, I'm a level 35 now. Bringing out the dead. Sister Elunde is staring at you with great sadness in her eyes. I recognize you now, Matteo. Allow me to express my deepest condolences for those who lost their lives in the attack. I apologize if discussing this upsets you, but you should note that the bodies of your comrades are presently being removed from the waking sands and prepared for transport here. If you wish to leave this work to others, I understand. However, taking part might help you find closure. Anyway, I would have to end the video here right now. Fine. I'll do it. Last one. You don't look like one of them church fellas. Not that I'll turn you away. No, sir. As you can see, we've got a pile of unidentified bodies over yonder. No one's come to claim them, so off to the lich yard they go. Be thankful you didn't have to go inside and see the carnage for yourself. 'Twas the stuff of nightmares, I tell you. God's damned Imperials. I don't know what quarrel they had with these folks, and I sure as hells don't want to know. The sooner we put this behind us, the better. Say, I ain't seen you around here before. Or do you just have one of them faces? Ah, never mind. Any road, there's a carriage come to hold the bodies to the Lich Yard out by the east gate. There's only 8 left to load up, but seeing as I'm exhausted from carrying all the others, I have a mind to leave the remainder to you. You might want to cover your nose while you work. Some of these folks are starting to turn. Oh my gosh. Hala, Sinoraxia. That's terrible. I see that you decided to heed my advice. I pray that in doing so you found some small measure of peace. The first carriage from Vesper Bay arrived not too long ago, and we have begun preparing your comrades for burial. I had a hand in the initial rites, and I would like you to know that for many, death came quickly. Rest assured that we will treat them with the utmost respect and do everything we can to shepherd them to Thal's realm. Ay nako. Bury me not on the lone prairie. I see Neroxia. Accept. Although we can perform rites for most of the scions, there is one whom we cannot accept. We would like you to return this one to her people, the Sylphs of Little Solace. It is only proper that she be given into the care of her friends and family, so that they may mourn her in accordance with Sylphic traditions. Ito na yung pinakahuli na gagawin ko for this video kasi again, it's gonna be a 4-hour long video again. This one is surprised to see Walking One and Little Solace. How can these ones assist Walking One? Noraxia? But this one does not understand. Pumuxio, this one has heard much wailing. This one would know what has caused such distress. Terrible news, Elder One. Awful news. Walking One has returned to Little Solace, but why? These ones have not requested further aid. Noraxia? How did this happen? Explain to me this one at once. So not only Noraxia, but many of Walking One's friends were lost as well. Noraxia went to Thanalan at the behest of this one. Walking One was with Noraxia at the end. Tell this one that Noraxia was brave. Tell this one that Noraxia did not suffer. This one is glad to hear Walking One's words. Thank you for bringing Noraxia home, Walking One. These ones also wish to thank Praying Ones. Tell Praying Ones these ones will remember this kindness. This one demands vengeance. Imperial ones must pay. Imperial ones must suffer. When the time comes for Walking Ones to face Imperial ones, do not forget these ones. These ones would not have Noraxia's death be for naught. These ones will fight. Ito na yung pinaka-last. I'm not doing any more quest after this kasi 4 hours long na yung video. Excuse me. We thank you for your service to the church and to the sylphs. You may be pleased to know that in your absence, we interred the remaining scions in the Lich Yard. Perhaps you still wish to do more for your friends. If so, I would remind you that you have already done so much on their behalf. Please take a rest and set aside your burdens for now, Mateo. Marquise believes he is being watched. Okay, next time na yan kasi I have to save. Anyway, you guys, yan muna ang part 9 ng Final Fantasy XIV Online for Nintendo Switch 2. Medyo heavy yung last part pero it is what it is. Anyway, until next time, you guys. Ciao!